Unmute, unmute, and video. Okay, people online were kicked out. So now we are back in, and I need you to register on Mark AI. I'm going to paste the URL for Mark AI Cloud, and you can click on it and register. And at 11 o'clock, we're all coming back to start with the demonstration, the practicals.
They come in.
Yeah, it is. Perfect. Let me just write. Perfect. In the house, have we all registered? Perfect. Good. So 11 o'clock, we're starting with practice. No, I don't. Oh, because what you get attachment there is no way you can English share. Oh, because I'm way up on. Look at in one of these, there's no way we can try to do what? Okay, it's 11 o'clock now. Let's all come back and sit in front of our laptops, and we are going to start practicing. But before we start, I will first explain to you the Mark AI window. Okay. Can you all see my screen? People who are online, can they see my screen? Have we all logged in and have it take us to the dashboard? The dashboard is going to give you the number of credits that you have available. All of you should have 15 unless you've used Mark AI before. And it will tell you what you've submitted. What you've submitted are the instructions that you've given it, whether to say it must create from PDFs or create from tests, and then the credits you've used today. So everything should be 15,000 for you if you've just started. Right. Let's look at now our screen in front of us. Can people who are online hear me? Just raise thumbs up if you can hear me and can see my screen as well. Just thumbs up. Okay. Let's look now at what we can do with Mark AI. So on your left, you have your member settings, email preferences, record submissions. We're going to go straight into the AI cataloging option. Select AI cataloging option, and it's going to give you, with me, it's giving me what records I've already added onto the systems and the records I've already generated. But if you haven't done anything, it's going to come up as blank. Then if you go to new cataloging, that's where you are starting to prompt it to do stuff for you. So click on new cataloging, and then these are the different cataloging methods I was talking about. If you look at the cataloging methods, you have visual cataloging, which basically tells you that you need to upload either book covers, copyright, table of content, any visual or a picture that you can upload and ask it to then generate for you. You can also upload a PDF, like a thesis, for example. Upload it, it will read the first 5 pages of the thesis, and then after, can you all see? Yeah, and you can also click on yours as well. As I'm clicking, you also do the same because you have access. So you would upload here a thesis, for example, and then web search cataloging. That's where you ask it to search on the web and generate a record for you. So you can paste on web searches, you can paste an ISBN, you can paste a title, author, scroll up, or just paste a clean code, right? And we will do that as we continue with our practice. Text cataloging is where you can paste, for example, say this is my title, this is my ISBN, this is my publication year, and so forth. And it does that for you. Right. Then once you've selected either visual and uploaded your visuals, or PDF and uploaded your PDF, then at the bottom here, you go in and you say create. It will then create that mark record for you. Then the mark record you can, for example, export or download. Then you also have your Excel templates. You create a template for yourself. And again, we'll go through that and you will see how it works. For example, you might say, I want to do bulk upload. The templates are for your bulk uploads. I want to do bulk upload of my records. I have an Excel file that has the author, the ISBN, publication year, publication date, and so forth. And then you have the list of those items. When you then go and upload it onto Mark AI, it reads all these records that you have on your Excel and generate Mark records for them. Again, we will see that in action. Bulk PDF upload, you literally go and select all pieces, for example, all your books that are in PDF, 20, 50, 70, 100, and say, upload these for me and generate Mark records for them. So it generates those records in bulk. So let me first start by the first one. So I'm going to go to a brand new login like yourselves, and I'm going to then go into AI cataloging, right? Can be slow at times. And I'm going to ask it to create a Mark record for me using the front cover of a book as a picture, the verso of the book where you have publisher, so you know that first page of the book, the verso, as well as the back page of the book or back cover, and then it asks it to generate a Mark record for me. So I am on AI cataloging. Click on new cataloging and tell it that I want it to be visual cataloging. I want light mode because this is just a straightforward book. Low thinking, and I want to drag and drop or to browse for these three materials. So let's go to prompt. I want the back page, the verso, and the cover page, and click open. So what it's going to do is going to upload it onto this Mark AI window. Here is my back page, here is my verso, here is my cover page. So I've uploaded them. I'm not even going to prompt it or give it examples. I'm just going to say create. And let's see what it does. It should create a Mark record, and I should then be able to upload or extract or export that Mark record into my system. So it's reading my files. You might need to refresh the screen at times, and it's telling me at the bottom here that it's processing. AI is processing. Sometimes it stays here for long and you might need to refresh the screen. So let's see, let it load first, and it should create a Mark record just from these three things that I've uploaded. If I could share my my attachments on, I don't think it's allowed, it's enabled on Zoom. I would be sharing these three files with you, but I can't, so you will just have to watch what I'm doing. Let me refresh. Right, it has created the record for me, people. Let's have a look. Here is my record at the bottom. There it is. There is my 008. There is my, why does it say cannot classify? See what it looks like. Oh, I rushed it. Click. Okay, still loading. Okay, while it's still doing its thing, let me take you to, because I had already done it at home to prepare for this. Let me show you what it looks like. So if I go to my AI cataloging here, it's this first record, the tunnels. So I'm going to click here. And scroll down so that you see what the record would look like. It was the same images that I've uploaded because it had already done it here. There you go. The leader is created. It did create the ISBN for me after uploading the three. And it's exactly the three that I've uploaded on the test on the other side. We will check. Here is my record with my 245. All this is generated from the three images that I uploaded. There we go. Without even prompting it to do anything, just generating those images. Just uploading those images and asking it to generate. Now, what does the record look like in a MARC format? So I'm going to download this record. Click on download MARC. Here is my record on MARC. I'm going to open it in MARC Edit. Click, execute. Those who've used MARC Edit will know. Edit the record. Here is my record. Full record, created by MARC AI. It has my 008. It has 020. Remember, I have the vessel. I had the front page, which has the author and the title. I also had the back page for it to also generate your subject and headings and so forth. It has given me all these. Here is the author. It has even given me the 520 node field and so forth. I now need, as a cataloger, to go and read this record, make sure that it's 100% correct before uploading it onto my library management system. So let's check here. How far it has gone with this one. See what the record looks like right now. Download this one and see what it looks like. No, it's still a short record. It's still thinking. Still a very short record. Okay. Now let's look at the PDF record. If you have a thesis right now, let's do this. Let's go into the University of KwaZulu-Natal institutional repository. I want you to download a thesis, right? So let's go into and IR. I'm going to take the link.
Yeah, I think because we are all working on, I think the bandwidth is suffering now. So, because I was trying to download.
You had the same problem.
Yeah. Maybe what you can do,
just watch.
Just watch. All of us from now. Yeah, we were just here on the venue. I think because we are all using the Wi-Fi.
It's low.
I think now it's a slow down.
Exactly.
So maybe let's also talk on to practice later. Let's facilitate going show us.
Okay. That's a pity. But anyway, okay. Let's now go and and look at a thesis. So don't worry about going to the UKZN site to look for a thesis, because I already have a thesis that I downloaded from them. So let's go back to my thingy and go to AI cataloging, new cataloging. Let me still do the 3 so that you see how it actually works. So I'm gonna browse for the cover page, the vessel, and see if it's not gonna run faster now that we are not all trying to do it. So here are my 3 images that I'm uploading, right? So it's uploading them. Once it has uploaded, I'm going to click create, and let's have a look at what it has created. Right. So it's just a repeat of what we've done before without a slow bandwidth or a struggling bandwidth. Let's see how far it has gone. Processing. If you want it to link to your library of Congress subject headings, you will enable this. Let's see now. Okay, putting in some things here. Is the record? Is the record? Okay. Do a second refresh. Right, here is our record. The record is there now based on the 3 images that we uploaded. Let's see, mark record. If I want to download it, here it is, the 6th one. Execute, edit records in mark. Here is my record, right? So that is if you are uploading and you are using the first method, which is your visual. You can also upload a PDF, a thesis, for example. So I'm going to click on PDF cataloging and then tell it which thesis I want it to create a record for. It can be a book, by the way. It can be an article, as long as it's in PDF. And I'm going to browse for that record. I'm going to take this thesis by Nompumelelo. Click on it. Let the system upload it. So 100% uploaded now. It's completed with the upload. I want it to use light mode because it's just a straightforward thesis. Low thinking and the LOC authority control to connect to the Library of Congress, right? Once I've told it all these things, I am now going to ask it to create the record for me. Right. Give it some time while it's processing. It should notify me once the processing is done, and the notifications are at the top here. Can you see at the top? Here are all the notifications. Right. Let me refresh. Let's see if it is giving us the record. Right. Let me go to my AI cataloging. Still Talos hasn't given me the record yet. Okay, I did upload the record yesterday, the Ngobo Nompumelelo. Let me just get to what I did yesterday so that you see what it looks like and what the record would look like, the thesis. If I scroll down here, here's my record, right? This is the record. And it reads the first five pages, unless in my settings I tell it to read more than the first 5 pages of the Nomjobo thesis. Now, it has created the record for me. I need to download the record in Mac. So I'm going to click here. And here is my record. Because it's a Mac record, it will need to open in Mac Edit. Execute, edit the record. Here is the record, full record with everything, 505, 502. Here is the author, Ngobo Nompumelelo. So this is, what I did was just to take the thesis and upload it onto my AI and say create. And it created a full Mac record for me. All that I need to do now as a catalog is just check that it's correct. And that's it. Now we've been doing one at a time. It does allow you also to bulk out. Let's go to the last 2 methods that are one at a time. Mm-hmm.
So let's go.
Mm-hmm.
This is the possibility of this tool or AI tool to be integrated to a project. Because the repositories are not similar to the way that catalogs are directly cataloging, which is maybe possible to read through this, read, and then copy, push it through the market or however it is. But with the repositories, it might be a different things. So
Dublin call.
Yes.
Yes.
So
Yes. No, you will need to yes, and also you would need to convert this to Dublin Core if your repository reads Dublin Core and not Mark 21. But if your repository does read Mark 21, you can link it. This one links directly to Core, by the way, but I think there are APIs where you can click link to ILS, which you would have set up, and it links to your library, to your ILS system.
So meaning that the integration shall be
in the back end. Yes. Yes. Okay. So once you've downloaded the record, you can use your tools in your ILS if it's not linked directly to download the record. Like for example, those who are using Dynamics, the workflows, they will use SmartPort and SmartPort the record, or use reports to download the report into the record into the system. So that was method number 2. Method number 3 is literally asking the system to do a web search cataloging. I am going to give it a title. For example, think of a title with the author, and I'm going to ask it to then generate. So it's going to go to the system and the web and look for that record and generate a mark record for it. So let's look at the author, for example, at the title. Let's try Long Walk to Freedom by Nelson Mandela and see how it works. So title, I'm gonna type title, and then long walk to freedom by Nelson Mandela. It's experimental. I'm hoping it's gonna do it, because the one I tested yesterday, it did. And we're gonna make it a light mode, because it's a straightforward book with low thinking and authority control, right? And scroll down and say create the record for me. Let's see if it's going to create it and what the record is going to look like. Okay, it's processing right now. Let me see what record it gave me here. It was 4 minutes ago. This is the one that we did when we uploaded the thesis. Let's see. It's gonna grow to 25 here and give us the Mandela book. And all we did was just type the title and the author. Still 24. This should change to 25. Then I will know that it has done it. While it's doing this, let me show you the one I did yesterday. So if I go to AI cataloging, it's going to be Musa, language of me, Musa Izu. Go in. Oh, 25. Okay. Let's see the Mandela one. Here it is, web cataloging. Let's go to my AI. Bring it up. Second page. There we go. Here is my long walk to freedom that I've just done now, the Nelson Mandela one.
Only does map AI allow us to edit issues that are missing? As I can see, the call number seems incompleted. Huh? Oh, it's a question from online.
Oh, online. Okay. Does it do what?
Allow us to edit issues that are missing. As I can see, the call number seems incompleted.
Yes. It will allow you, after you've uploaded, you've downloaded the MAC record. Remember, you download the MAC record and you can edit it from there. There's the quality control I was talking about. Thank you, Chad. Let's look at the MAC at the long walk to freedom. Here is the record. Right. I can now download the MAC record. I can also view the records directly from here. Here's my record. Here's my record. Edit it from here as well, if I want, before I download it. Here is the full record. Long Walk to Freedom, Nelson Mandela. Let's now see it when we download it as a MAC record. Right, it's number 8. Execute. Here is my record. Can you see? Full record. All I did was just enter the title by Nelson Mandela. Went to the internet, checked, went into the Library of Congress Authority, checked, and that's my record. Now quality control time. Right. And those who are using Koha can immediately link it to their INS, and it goes into your Koha. Right. So that was the third method. Back to my AI cataloging, and let's now use the last method, new cataloging. And by the way, I'm going to give you a link of documentation. It is so easy, step by step of doing everything. So I will attach a link of a Mark AI documentation. Very, very easy, straightforward. Let's look at text cataloging now. What does it want us to do? It's not going to be a drag and drop this time. Oh. It's going to allow me to prompt this. Change, text. Why is it stuck? There we go. Right. So all it needs here now is my bibliographic text. Let me look for what I did under Mark GPT. I'm going to take this. I'm going to take the title, the author, and paste it here. So it just needs me to give it a little bit of bibliographic information, and then it will do it for me. Paste. So I've given it the title, which is The Promise, given it the author, the publisher, the publication year, as well as the ISBN, and the summary. This is all I have, and I need a full MARC record, and I want it to check against the Library of Congress Authority, and I want it, because it's a straightforward book, promote is fine, and not much of thinking, low thinking. Again, you will read that these are reasoning capacities, the thinking. So this is the basic reasoning capacity for books that you might even find on the internet, where you might have unique items to the library. You might want deep thinking or even moderate thinking, like you do have your deep thinking in ChatGPT and so forth. So for now, let's leave it as moderate thinking and ask it to go into the Library of Congress. Whatever you choose here, it tells, the more thinking it does, it eats more of your credits. So you need to be very careful there. Don't go deep thinking for items that are new books, for example, that are just published, and go deep thinking. Those books are there on the internet anyway, right? So let's go low thinking here. So here is my things I put in. Let me create. Right. So
They can't hear you online.
they can't hear me. Oh, because I don't have this. Okay. Right. Let me go here now and enter. Okay. Still thinking. Should be 26 up here. Then I will know that it has done this one. Wait, there we go. Okay, so it says the book is done. Now if I go to my AI, and the book is The Promise, go down, it will be on the second page. Here is my book, The Promise. Click on it. I can click on Mark 21 also here to look at the Mark 21 record. There we go. Record is at the bottom here. Here is the record. I can edit it from here before exporting it, or edit after exporting, right? and go download Mark record. Let's look at this record now, the promise. Open it, it's the 9th one. Execute, edit. Here's my record. With just those 4 things that I gave it, or 5 things, it's giving me even the subjects. And remember, it went into my library of Congress, so you are almost sure that this is correct because it went and got them from the LOC authority. Okay. Hi guys, I really do need you to practice. Yeah, but we are not going to upload any document like files. We are going to use the web one and use the text one because the one that uploads time takes a lot of your bandwidth, So let's just use the text one. I want you now, so I'm going to go here to a brand new one and click on AI cataloging. Right. Now go to new AI cataloging. Select web search cataloging. Please select web search cataloging. Go to the light mode and ask it to look at the Library of Congress authority control. Remember what the web says. It says you can paste the ISBN if you have it. You can paste the title if you have it and the author. And we are going to do that. We will use your own title if you want. If you can't think of any, use the one that I'm going to here. So I'm going to click and write it exactly as I'm writing it, and it does give you examples. So click, we're going to use the title. If you want, you can say author, and if you have that author, but the thing is with author, you might have the same name if you write just the author. Let's write the title, and then let's write the author. So type title, colon, space, title needs to be spelled correctly, colon, space, I'm going to write so my example here is The Nation in Crisis, which is the title, by Paulus Zulu, who is the author, right? And I'm asking it, yes?
Online, also some documents are references, special collection, they need to specify so as to allow users to locate them. They need to be specified so as to allow users to locate them. I don't think I understand the question. What?
It's a comment.
Oh, it's a comment.
Oh, question mark.
With a question.
Yeah.
What exactly is the question? Is she asking if references can be, if you can generate MAC records for references? Because if that's the case, yes, you can.
Janelle, can you?
Please, Janelle. Yeah.
Question, thank you.
Okay. And remember, you can also add your prompts here. The prompt could say, here is an example of a reference Mark 21 record. When you generate this record for me, look at this example and generate it exactly as this example. And then you take your Mark 21 record, you dump it here under prompt.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, like now you're using the title search, right? Yeah. So if you don't know the author, let's say you only know the title, because when you edit the author by
It's gonna give you one records of many records with the same title. Many. Yes.
That's a unique title. For example, the group movement.
Let's try it. Try it, Fred. Try it, Fred. Yeah. And we will see. Here you want to be specific to just this title by this author. Try your Who Moved My Cheese and don't put in the author. Don't put in anything except just the title. Right. So I've now put in title Nation in Crisis by. I'm not going to prompt it to do anything else. I want to make sure that it checks the authority and it's light mode. So let's just go in now and create. This should change to 2 here. Always check the top here because this is where it notifies you that it has done your record. Okay. If you see that 2, then go into AI. Let's see. It says created. Can you see? Pops up and it says it has created my record. Top here, sometimes it comes up and says created, but at the top here, the numbers will increase. I already had 1.
Yeah.
And it should increase to 2 to tell me that it has. Yeah, but you can also keep on refreshing. Yeah, I can see that it's slowing down as Charlie had said. But let's look at what it has given me. It's a print, 020, 300. There we go. Nation in crisis. Here is my record. Here is my record, a nation in crisis. If you don't have the leader yet, you must know that it's still thinking. It needs to be 100% full record. But this one, I'm expecting it to be slow because of everyone is now doing it. But is it coming to your records? It did. Perfect. Yeah, mark edit. Unfortunately, you won't have edit. Oh, yes. But you can still see the record here. If you scroll down, you will see the record. Here is your mark record. Here, you will see it. Can you see it? Yes. Yeah, with your 020, all your fields, your mark fields. Yes. Installment edit is a free program. Okay. Yes.
Yes, okay. I just want to check it. When you getting the report, I see from the bulk, you can only upload the PDFs. So the handles and the UIs as well as the aspect. When you visit the website, you cannot do the web on the bulk.
No. No.
Okay, let me just maybe give the context of the question.
Mm.
We just migrated from the old space called we just migrated from 6.1 display to 9. So now our data, our metadata of the database is still sitting on the old one. So we are looking for an AI tool that can link those records to the newer version. So that's the context of the question.
So the records are already there.
Yes.
It's not 21 records.
I would say so. We want to fetch them or want to migrate or push them from 6.1 to 9. So that's what the question is.
No, that's migration. That has nothing to do with this because the records are already there. Yeah, they're already created. Yeah. Okay. Right. I'm gonna download my Mac record so that you see it. Here it is. Execute, edit record. Here is my record from the nation in crisis. Are you seeing your records as well? So what was that? It was one record at a time, but that people too bad. Sometimes you will have, yes?
Oh, sorry, I just want to find out that if Mark AI, does it support features of HTR, like uploading an HTR document, handwritten text document?
Handwritten?
Yeah. I had written PDF, per se. Can it recognize it?
I am not sure. I want to be honest. Try it. Go for an handwritten PDF, upload it, and see what happens.
Maybe you must get another AI interpretation.
But yeah, I don't know if it has writing capacity. Honestly, but we can try it. We can look for a PDF that's handwritten. Or write now and take a picture of something. Write the author and take a picture and see what happens and upload that picture. Okay, right. Let's now go to bulk.
Sorry.
Yes.
I see the LOC authority control in bracket. Even though you have put it on close bracket, is not providing LOC authority URIs for the authority, e.g., authors.
That's where you come in. That's where you come in as a catalog. Remember, this is not a complete record. What did we say about this thing? Exactly. That's where you come in. Noted. Yeah. No, these two.
Yeah, when is something coming tomorrow for me?
Today after lunch.
Yeah, I think you can ask them the question. I know that the integration on welfare, my assumption is that it should be probably also on those six. So let's ask them.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Charlie. Now let's look at bulk. Right, I'm going to close this. Here is my Excel file. Right. In this Excel file, I have, make it bigger, the title, the author, ISBN, publisher, year of publication, and edition. I could have thousands of records. For the purposes of this training, I only have 3. I could have more than that, and I want to create MARC records for all of them in one go. First thing that I need to do is to tell my system that I'm going to use a template. And the template will have title, author, ISBN, publisher, year, and edition. It then saves the template. Then I say, now here are my records. Based on the template, generate. Right, let's look at how we do that. So click here, under Excel templates. I have no template right now. I need to create a template. So the nice thing is that you create the template and you keep it, and you can reuse that template as you get records. So I click on new Excel template. Let's call it test, right? Test. Now I need to upload a sample file so that AI gives me the template. So I'm gonna browse for the file that I was showing you, right? Scroll down 100%. Then I will upload the file. You will see what this thing is going to do. It's going to look at the title and say title is 245. It's going to look at the author and say author is 100, and so forth. Okay, still uploading the file. Let's see if I do this. Refresh. Oh, shouldn't have. Test. Upload my file. Let's not upload anything for now. Oh, completed. Create. Right. It's now analyzing my template because it wants to generate mappings now. Let's see. Here's my file. The credits consumed and so forth. Now, that's where it does it. It says the title, AI mapping. The map value for mark field 245A, that's the title. It's just so that I have titled here, mapped it to 245. The author, it maps it. The author name, right? Maps it to 245C 100A. Can you see that? Then goes down. My ISBN, remember the file has an ISBN 020. It's doing it on its own because it's AI, and then all the way my 264, and it's even doing 264, not 260. See that it's updated, right? All the way down. If I had more, it would do the more. It can even do your barcodes, your location, call number, and so if I had those in my template, right? So the mapping is complete now. Now I have my my template. Save. Right. There is my template. It's the test template. Now I want to upload my records. Go into Excel imports. I want to import that Excel file now into Mark AI and ask Mark AI to auto-generate my Mark records for those 3 records that I have there. New Excel import job, right? The import template that I want to use is the test one that I've just created. Now I need to drag and drop my file. Here is my file. Let me just do light mode. I don't want to waste credits. Low thinking, local control, and create. It will create all the 3 at once. Right. It tells me that my Excel import has been queued. Let's see if the job is complete. It says pending here. What is this 3? There to a template. That was the templates. It was just telling me about the template here that it was created. So it's busy validating now. And at the end, it should give me my 3 Excel files. Okay. Let me try and refresh. Failed. Weird. Let me close this file. Do actually? It's going to rewrite exams because it has failed. Let me just try a new one again. using this template test. Drag and drop the file. It's an XLS file. You. Oh, I have 40, I still have a lot. Yeah. I still have a lot. So new export. Template. And let me leave it at Pro. Let me create. Let me see what it does. Validating. Give it some time. Wonder why it failed. Because I used the same template yesterday and it didn't. Let me view this fail. I'm just going to view this fail and see why it failed. There's no submission. Maybe I refreshed it too early. Let's go back to my templates. Go to my Excel imports. That's the, there we go. I was too hasty. I rushed it. Okay, let's now go to it. Completed. There are my 3 records. If I now go into title, select all of them, and I can download my records. Edit if I want, or download. Let me just select one. Download this mark record. You'll see what it looks like. Here is the record. MRC, execute, edit record. Here is my record. Right. All the 3 of them, I will see. I'm just trying to see where I do the bulk actions. Download. That's it. Because I want to download all the 3. Oh, the mic. Sorry, man. Hey, I'm trying my edit records. Here, all my 3 records. Right. Okay. Done. If I had 1,000 records, all the thousands will be here. Remember, people, you still need to look at these records and make sure that they are 100% correct before. Now let's look at our last one on Mark AI, which is our bulk upload. Bulk PDF upload. All you need to do here, you don't need to create a template, nothing. You just select new bulk upload, you drag and drop those PDF files. So I'm going to choose, let me choose all the 3. Let's see what it gives. Sorry, let's see what it gives us. Okay, let's see what it gives us. So these are my records. And open, right. It's loading them onto this, and it tells me that it's complete. Once it has completed all of them, it's, I will then, or I want the pro mode, that's fine. And it tells me that by default, it will only search the first 5 pages of each. Otherwise, it will be too much. Then let me create from the uploaded PDFs now. So you would do this if, say, for example, your thesis that have been scanned or are born digital, you get the full, all your thesis, you upload them here, and that's it. So queued PDFs here, 0 failed, Let me go to my AI cataloging. Let me see if they are there. Ah, they should, because I have 10 now. There we go. There they are, the new ones. That's it. And I can select them. Select, 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 and say bulk actions, and say download as mark records. Here they are. Come on. Execute. Oh. Okay, it means there's something not right with the record. When Mark Edit does this, it means there's something not right with the record. Let me try and see which one. Yes.
So, Jim, I was saying that the emphasis is not only for the bank. Is it supposed to be like that?
Oh, I it on because but I can do it. I can make it on. It's up to you. Yeah, whether you make it. By default, it comes disabled. So I just say. Yeah. Okay, here is the record. The first one. And I wonder where the problem is that it doesn't open in Mark Edit. Let me see which one is the issue here. Let me see download Mark. Or all of them are the issue. Execute. Okay, the first one is right. Here is my first PDF that I uploaded, but it didn't want to open in bulk, which means one of them is not 100% correct, although it says it has been done as a mark record. So that would be your bulk PDF. You upload the PDFs, your bulk Excel imports, you upload the Excel file. That is a nutshell your one AI. What's the time now? 12:03. I have until 12:00. Yes. So we are going to do the chat with the GPT-9, which will be a familiar interface to you because it's on top of your chat GPT. So let's do this. Let's go into we close everything here and reopen. I'm going to take the link for Cataloger GPT, paste it on the paste it on the chat, and then click from there. If you already have Chat GPT, you will use those logins. If you've never created a Chat GPT account, you create one now. So GPT. This one is nice and easy because it's a familiar interface, but it's not as accurate as the other one. Let me take the link. Oh, so many things open. Okay. Can you click on the link and get into Cataloger GPT? Immediately you will see the screen. At the top here, it tells you Cataloger GPT at the top here. Whereas if you are in Chat GPT, it says Chat GPT at the top here. What can Cataloger GPT do? It can create mark records from the content that you would have provided, the content, title, author, and so on. It can create mark record for a non-existent book. So you just click and say, create a mark record for me. Why would you do that if you are training, for example, and you don't have examples of books, but you want to train your catalogers on what is a tag, what is a subfield and indicators and so on. So you would create a non-existent book. You can also, which is what I like here, take a mark record that you know is not correctly done, cataloged, dump it here and ask it to look at it, tell you what the problem is and correct it. You can also create subject headings. We're going to go through each, and I'm hoping this one is not gonna take too long or too much of the bandwidth and you'll be able to do it. Right. I already have examples that I had created, and I'm going to copy the prompt, paste it onto chat, onto the chat, Zoom chat, and I want you to see the record created. Right, let me just do this. Now a true celebrity. Right, can you hear me? Should have done this right from the beginning, man, you know. Right, here is the catalog. Oh, down a bit, okay? 1, 2. Can you hear me? Okay, right. And people online. So here is the prompt on ChatGPT. Awuzwake. Okay, am I audible now? Can you all hear me now? Right. Okay. So here is the prompt. I asked it to catalog this book for a public library collection and provide the Library of Congress subject heading, it is LLC, and so forth. This is the prompt that I've highlighted. I'm going to take this prompt, plug it onto the Zoom chat, and I want you to copy it and go straight to Cataloger GPT if you are already there, and let it run. So here was the prompt, and this is the record it gave me. So let me copy this prompt into Zoom, and please copy and paste it onto Cataloger GPT and see, it will produce a mark record for you. Remember, this is not connected to any database. So what it's looking at, let me just get you my notes so that you know what it's looking at to generate this record. Just give me time. Okay, what is this? So it depends on the prompts that you've given it. It also depends on its foundational training. What does it look at? It looks at the web, at encyclopedias that you have, digitized books, open access bibliographic records, like your Gutenberg, Project Gutenberg records. It also looks at historical library guides that teach the AI the rules of library science and metadata format. So it's dependent on its AI training. It's not linked to any database or live bibliographic database, which is why it's very important here that when you create records using this, they are records that are you can check, really check, because the chances of them being incorrect are much bigger than in your Mark AI. So there is the prompt. Let me plug it in here. And let it generate a record. So it's going to generate my record looking at it. There is the Mark record. You can copy this Mark record now, paste it onto Notepad even, and that's it. Right. Have you done it? Did it generate your Mark record? Right. The second one, you can upload your images. So I'm going to attach the very same image that I did. You remember when I was on Mark AI? So what I've done is just create one image with my front cover, my back, as well as my vessel. Here it is. So what I did was say, I've attached, and remember I said it's English, straight English. It's just simple conversational language, unlike the other one where you did not need to converse with it. So I'm going to say I have attached an image of the cover page, back page, and vessel page. Now I need to give it instructions. Remember, you need to give it instructions. And the instructions are that from this metadata image, generate a complete valid Mark 21 monograph record in RDA format. Include fields for ISBN, publication, physical descriptions, base holder, and access points. And there it is. It has created the record for me. Yes.
Online, we did not get the prompt that you said you will send on the chat and do the same.
The first one. They did not get the first one. You didn't. How did that happen? Did you not see me doing it though?
You highlighted it on
Old age.
okay.
No, Linje. Here it is. People, I'm gonna paste it again. I remember clicking enter, and it says I'm sending it to hosts and participants. Are you still not seeing it? It's there. Thank you.
No, I think we are the presenter.
It says hosts and participants. You didn't see it.
It's not there. Yes, you forgot to paste the prompt on the chat. Not.
Oh, it says hosts and everyone. Sorry. I should have said everyone. Mea culpa. Okay. Let me go Control V. Sorry, okay. Let me go back to here. Sorry, I should have said everyone. Control C and Control V. Okay, can you now see it?
Yes.
Apologies, I was only sending it to the host. Okay, now copy, paste it onto, but how did others do it? Somebody said yes. They were pulling an AI on us, hallucinating. Why did they say yes? Hello? You have it now. Perfect. Do you have it, Chad?
Yes.
Yes. I'm worried about somebody who said yes, they've done it from this side, because there is no way they would have received it. Right. Okay. Now, I've shown you by attaching a record. Yeah, it is attaching. And then the next one, I can say convert this raw data and give it information also. So I'm going to attach again this onto chat, and please run it. Okay. Can you see it?
Yes.
Copy, paste it, and see what record comes up. So here I'm just attaching raw in information like the publication, yeah, the ISBN and so forth. Something almost similar to what I did with the first example. The next one, I will say, analyze the themes of the book algorithm of profession, how search engines reinforce racism, blah, 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 and provide 3 to 5 authorized subject headings. Now I only want subject headings with appropriate subdivisions, i.e. electronic data processing, discrimination, search engines, and so forth. So here it is. I've given it the book and the author and where it is published and when. I'm trying to give it as much information as possible for it to find the book and then give me the subject headings. And I'm gonna copy this and paste it again onto the chat and hope everyone sees it and go for it. This is what it gave me when I did that. Catalogers would understand this better. And it even gives you alternate headings, sometimes considered depending on local cataloging practice, and it gives me. So it gave me these headings, and then it said there could be some alternate headings as well, right? And then it tells you what it would recommend. It says for the MAC record, I would recommend the first test. So these are my power off.
So continue to watch. Yes, I think that that's good.
Okay, that was another prompt. Now I'm going to go into another prompt. This one says for the book code breaker, and these are the people who are the authors. What is the most appropriate Library of Congress classification LCC number? And then I want it to explain to me the breakdown of the schedule, e.g. Q8, you will know the Library of Congress stuff, you are catalogers. But here I've also instructed it to explain, right? So let me copy and paste. And you can run it. Go back here. So it tells me the why Q8 gives the explanation, and it gives me the schedule breakdown, suggested class number, the kata, full call number, the alternate approach for the MAC record, and then therefore I would recommend. So it's giving me its thought process, why it came to this 050. Right. Did it give you anything when you pasted? Right. And this one I'm going to ask us to give me Dewey Decimal Classification, 23rd edition number for this record. And I want it to break down the class number step by step. So the workshop attendees, that is you guys, can see how the number from table 1 or table 2 are built, if applicable. So I'm going to do this. And paste it here. And you can copy and paste onto Cataloger GPT. Let's go down, see what it has given me here. Step-by-step DCC analysis. There you go, the 900s, division is 909. Why not 930? It's telling you, just in case you are thinking it's 930, why not 301, 305? Building the number now, optional expansions, recommended number, and then there it gives you what the recommended number is. Again, remember, It can hallucinate. You will need to go in and check if it's the correct number. Then the nice one. Here is a record that is poorly formatted for this title. There is the leader, there is the 100 and so forth, all poorly formatted. And I'm telling it that the error is in the 245 missing a subfield, $C/ punctuation indicator. I'm telling it where the problems are right now. And I say the records should ideally use 264 instead of 260 under RDA. Plus, I want it to give me the missing 3X, which are your RDA fields. They are missing on this record. So I'm asking it to do all this for me. So if I now go to paste this so that people can use it, enter, and it went through the record. This is what it told me. Missing mark tag, delimiters, line structure. The fields are run together instead of appearing as separate mark fields. This is what happened. So you handwrite it all ran together. Correct. You should have leader, 100, 245. Then the 245 field, incorrect. It says 245, there we go. This is incorrect. And it tells me what is the correct 245. Where were the problems? The missing slash before the C, $C, missing ending period, excessive spacing around subfields. Just looking at this record and it's correcting. Use of 260 instead of RDA 264. Again, it says AACR2 style. There is your 260 RDA style. This is what it should be looking for. And then it gives me the missing 3XX that were not in the record. There they are. The incorrect leader, the leader contains that U. Says the descriptive cataloging form code U is generally inappropriate for a completed RDA record. Modern RDA records typically use the I. So it's telling me also here, where I indicate ISBD punctuation is included. Right, mixing relationship designator in 100 field, incorrect. This is what it said. This is the correct one. There is Tara, there is the designator, that author. Missing 040 field as well. So it's busy looking at the record, missing ISBN, blah, blah, blah. It's looking at all these things, and then it gives me the summary of major errors. Right. Okay, here is another. So I'm asking it to take this legacy record for this is the item to fully comply with RDA standards, specifically generate appropriate 336, 337, 338 fields and replace the 260 field with the correct 264. Let me paste it here. I'm so tired and hungry now. Just enter, right? And then go here, and it gives me the information that I wanted. Remember, I asked it to change 260 to 264. There it is, and I asked it to give me the 336, 337, 338. So it's just giving me that I did the full mark record. You remember the prompting, you need to be specific, and it gives you what you need. I hope this is the last one. Okay, what did I say here? Yeah, I say this is a new book I'm cataloging and gave it the book. There is another prominent author named Sean B. Carroll, the biologist. Draft a mock Mark 21 authority record. So this record is by Sean Carroll, right? And there's another Sean B. Carroll, who is the biologist. So draft a mock, just mock Mark 21 authority record, specifically fields 100, 270, 372, and 67, to show how a cataloger can distinguish Sean M. Carroll, who was born in 1966, a cosmologist, from Sean B. Carroll, who was born in 1956, an evolutionary biologist. That's all I want to show the authority records. So let me paste this here. Enter, and let's see what it gives us. So it's gonna give me the two records, authority records, to show how I can catalog them. Okay. So here is the first one, your Sean M. There is the 100, 370, and so forth. There is the other one, your Sean B. And that's what I had asked it to do for me, distinguish between the two. And it says in current RDA narco practice, catalogers would typically also include additional distinguishing fields, because you need to distinguish between the two, the 374, 375, 377. For Sean M. Carroll, these are the distinguishing fields. For Sean B. Carroll, these the distinguishing fields. For M, right. Then let's go down the English translation now. So I'm saying I'm cataloging an English translation of the classic French book. There is the book. Show me how to structure the Mark 240 uniform title and 245 title statement fields to properly cross-reference the original French title and the translated English title, The Little Prince. There we go. I'm going to paste this here, enter, and let's see what you get. Let's look at what I'm getting here. There we go. It says, for an English edition of Le Petit Prince, published as The Little Prince, the mark fields would typically be 100, 240, 245. There you go. And then it gives you the breakdown of the 240 uniform title. The indicator, 1, because a 100 field is present. Indicator 2, which is equal to 0, non-filing indicator. Indicator A, subfield A contains the original title established. Then there's subfield L, English, identifies the language of the translation. Then the title statement as well, and then the common access points and so forth. So this one gives me a nice breakdown and so forth. And then here, what I've done is paste the table of contents. I've also pasted, let me just copy. I've pasted the table of contents. I've also pasted, I wanted to show more here. The contents, table of contents of the book, the preface of the book, as well as the audience, if it has the audience. If you like, you can paste the table of contents and the introduction, and then ask it. What I've asked it to do is to create a mark record based on these things that I've pasted. So this is what I've pasted, and this is the record and the author of the record. Based on the text created, create a preliminary Mark 21 record. Formulate a 505 formatted contents note based on the chapters shown in the table of contents, and suggest an appropriate 520 summary note. So I'm going to take all this, and hopefully the chat will be able to take it. Just take it exactly as it is. It's too long. Okay, anyway, let me go back here. This is what I've done. If you like, you can take images, the image of the table of contents, the image of the foreword and the audience, or the image of the introduction, and say, here's my image. It has the table of contents. It has the introduction. The author is so and so. The the title is this, and upload it. And it gives you, this is the record it has given me. Yeah, the full record and subjects as well. All this based on your preface as well as your introduction or your foreword. There we go. Right. Woo, that's it. Thank you. Now, please go and practice. Go and practice. Fantastic tools, but they need you. Thank you. I believe colleagues. Oh, stop sharing. I have. Yeah. I believe colleagues in the room and those online have really got something out of the presentation. As she started, I want to quote her verbatim. AI is not here to replace librarians, but those who are not keeping up with it will be left behind. Something. So AI, I think we can be happy that it's not here to replace us, but we need to make sure that implement or upskill for our current skills related to AI, so that we can really approve it. I think looking at the program, I think it's several. Yes, and the last not for the going to academic. I like people who can AI lunch for everyone. So yeah, that's why I'm gonna take lunch for you. Oh, okay. I don't like my ugly face on the camera. That's the thing. As we exit, now I'm not going to use the front door, né? Because yeah, you come with the front. Now I need to take you to the back. Then from the back, so I'm giving you I'm flashing up for you guys. So we're gonna go out the staircases. Please be gentle. I don't want you to. I can't afford the DOI, injury on duty, IOD. So that is why I'm begging you to be gentle. You're gonna take the staircases, you walk down, then you take the staircases, you walk up, then that's where you're going to dine. We're not gonna dine in this precious room because we want you to be free, and I want you to sunshine, just to have a sunshine. Walk slow. I don't want you to walk fast. I want you to walk slowly. By the time you go, you catch the stairs, you catch your breath, then you are free. Because now I can see you are so frozen. Thank you, colleagues. We'll see you at 2:00. Thank you. Enjoy the lunch.
Function. Sorry, now I'm hearing myself. Oh, that's what I was busy. That's correct. I hear someone. Okay, now, Misha, I'm not muted now. Now I hear myself. Cataloging into their own catalog. And then also, I think about
Sorry, apparently the online audience didn't hear me. Apologies. Sorry, can I? My apologies. I've never done a presentation with a live audience and an online audience. Full screen.
We do the full screen so that we are able to show them on Zoom, because if we do the notes without the full screen, then we can't see the notes. Can we do the one without the notes?
No.
You see, so the things they duplicate. We'll need to show all the screens.
That can't be extended.
Okay.
Sorry, everyone. Technology. Can the online audience hear me? Okay, wonderful. Okay. I think we are fine now. Right. You can hear me. You can see the screen. Can we get a thumbs up? Okay. Thanks, Michelle. All right. Technology is wonderful as we are talking about it today, but when it fails, it's not so great. All right. So let's proceed. So the problems that we have in libraries these days with the budgets of all the problems, the challenges that we have, especially here in South Africa and other countries, leads to backlogs in cataloging, budget constraints versus rising demand, and discovery frustrations like we see with users wanting to use Google instead of the library management systems and all the other tools that you make available to them. So I would like to ask you today, how many of you feel that your teams are under pressure to do more with less? That is the reality that we are sitting with. And AI offers a practical response to these challenges by enabling libraries to streamline their operations, improve service speed, and scale their impact without proportionally increasing costs for staffing. Rather than being a futuristic concept, AI is already embedded in everyday library workflows, from discovery systems to back-end operations. And more importantly, the library community has approached AI with a strong emphasis on responsibility. I've been to a few conferences lately, and that is a topic that is very prevalent at the moment. Is AI can be great, but AI can also be very dangerous. So one needs to approach it with responsibility to ensure that innovation aligns with core values such as intellectual freedom, privacy, equity, and professional integrity. In the years that OCLC has been working with AI, the results have been remarkable. Apologies. AI has the ability to transform how we work. It can reveal insights that were previously hidden in data. It extends our capabilities as humans and opens space for deeper, more meaningful connections with our communities. In many ways, its impact feels similar to the arrival of the World Wide Web many years ago. In short, AI is changing everything around us. But before we go any further, let's first agree on what we mean when we talk about AI. Put simply, AI is about creating systems that can perform tasks that normally would require human intelligence. The field itself has been around for decades, but the arrival of ChatGPT in late 2022 was a breakthrough moment that made AI feel suddenly real and accessible to everyone. AI is often used as a catch-all term, but it includes several different approaches. Machine learning allows systems to learn from structured data. Deep learning works particularly well with unstructured data like text and images, and generative AI creates new content like the text and images created by ChatGPT. These tools are powerful, but they are dependent on data, especially high-quality data. OCLC's philosophy is that AI is here to embrace the expertise of their staff and expertise of the librarians that it serves, not to replace it. We've heard this just before lunch. AI is not here to replace us librarians. They see AI as a way to help people work more effectively, make better decisions, and focus more time on high-value work. That means human oversight remains central. They use human-in-the-loop workflows to ensure quality, context, and accountability. AI may support the process, but people continue to guide the work and make the decisions that matter. Transparency is also essential. Where metadata has been enhanced by AI, they want clear provenance so libraries can understand how information has been improved and where it came from. And finally, ethical deployment is central to their strategy. They design these systems in consultation with library stakeholders, with privacy, intellectual freedom, equity, and trust built into the process. The goal is to create AI systems that strengthen trust in library services and not undermine it. This is critical, especially in the profession built on expertise that we are in. So how do we balance the opportunity with the real concerns and the challenges? OCLC uses a model they call responsible innovation. They are deliberate about where they apply AI. They build checks and balances to prevent hallucinations. They prioritize privacy and security over novelty, and they share openly with the library community what they are learning along the way. Not everything that can be automated should be. OCLC's work in this space did not begin recently. Way back in 2019 already, OCLC Research published a work on AI and ethics in libraries. That early thinking set the foundation for how they approach AI today, with care, oversight, and a commitment to library values. Sustainability is also central to how OCLC works with AI. I've recently been to the SAOIM conference, and there was a speaker there that presented on sustainability and the environment and how AI impacts that, and it was staggering how much energy AI takes just to do what it's supposed to do, with the amount of people that uses it. So sustainability in the environment is crucial for us, for our generations that must come after us. So OCLC are careful to avoid wasteful infrastructure, and they constantly ask, does this AI application genuinely add value, or is it just fashionable? Often, because they work with structured metadata, simpler machine learning approaches are more effective and far more sustainable than heavy generative AI. It's also important to say what they are not doing. OCLC does not hold the content of the materials they catalog, and they do not train public AI models like WorldCat or member library data, and does not process the full text of publications. They have a deep understanding of copyright and licensing responsibilities, and they respect them. The OCLC Research Library Partnership at LIBER hosted a session in 2024 to discuss AI and machine learning in libraries. This session was part of the Building for the Future series and brought together participants from 31 institutions to discuss the potential uses, challenges, and ethical considerations of AI in libraries. The session explored the complex feelings librarians have about AI, ranging from curiosity and interest to skepticism and apprehension, particularly regarding issues like environmental impact, privacy, copyright, misinformation, and bias. The session also highlighted the need for responsible AI practices, focusing on transparency, accountability, and inclusivity. These concerns echo the key points of OCLC's Responsible Operations Report, which cautions against viewing AI as a one-size-fits-all solution. It encourages a balanced approach, weighing benefits against potential challenges. As they build on AI, OCLC remains deeply committed to addressing these concerns, ensuring AI aligns with the needs and the values of the library community they serve. Libraries are rightly cautious, and that's a strength that we have. One of the concerns that was described both in the Responsible Operations Report and was also discussed during the workshop with Lieber was the risk of amplifying data, a bias with data. Like most data sets, the descriptions of library materials that have been created over decades hold certain bias. Libraries are conscious of this and have been actively involved in improving the descriptions of the materials to be more inclusive and respectful of different cultures. OCLC has been supporting these initiatives for many years through research toolkits and collaborative projects. By tackling bias at the starting point in the metadata, they can prevent amplification with the use of AI. And with the increased importance of AI in our day-to-day lives, it is important that libraries have the resources to educate their staff and their communities. As part of OCLC's efforts to provide free educational resources to libraries, they have hosted multiple courses that revolve around the topic on their free library education platform, Web Junction. These cover topics like AI for community engagement, combating misinformation, and data literacy skills. OCLC's mission has always been to help libraries succeed, and they believe AI can be a powerful enabler of that success. For decades, they focused on delivering efficiencies that have a real impact, from discovery and resource sharing to cataloging and collection development. They see AI supporting the continuation of this mission in helping them to work faster and smarter. And with WorldCat, one of the world's most respected data sources, forming the backbone of this journey, their focus on data quality is what will enable AI to produce ethical, reliable, and community-centered outcomes. And speaking of community-centered outcomes, let's now take a look at some of the ways that OCLC have incorporated AI into their products and services. Their data environment is crucial in driving real-time insights and improved services. Libraries need high-quality data for collection discoverability, analysis, and faster resource sharing, and the platform is meeting these needs. Machine learning and deep learning is helping them to make data management to a new level, particularly with record deduplication and metadata enrichment. They are creating efficiencies for cataloging teams and enhancing the discovery experience. Technology advances aren't replacing human expertise, but working alongside it, ensuring that library data is accurate, accessible, and valuable on a global scale. Deduplication in WorldCat has always been rooted in human cataloging judgment. Historically, this work was entirely manual, relying on the expertise of catalogers and OCLC staff to evaluate and merge records responsibly. Today, AI allows OCLC to scale that same care across WorldCat's immense and diverse dataset. Machine learning helps identify duplicate patterns across languages, scripts, and record types that were previously difficult to address with deterministic rules alone. So I would describe this as a hybrid model. AI performs the heavy analysis, but catalogers from over 60 member institutions and OCLC experts have guided the process through oversight, data labeling, and validation. Last year, OCLC merged or removed 15 million duplicate records from WorldCat. Precision has been central to this effort. Out of those 50 million merges, only approximately 350 records have required reversal following member feedback. That is where AI scales human judgment. It does not replace it, it amplifies it. Equally important is what OCLs choose not to automate. Rare and special collections are intentionally excluded from AI-powered deduplication to ensure unique and sensitive records are preserved. This work is not about replacing human expertise. It is about extending it responsibly and at WorldCat scale. So having looked at the scale of deduplication in WorldCat, the next question is, how is this actually done? It's a combination of approaches working together. The first is manual merging, done by OCL's staff and member libraries. This is still very important. We also heard earlier from Bongi that human expertise is still needed whatever AI you use. So we are not going anywhere. Because there are always complex or unusual records that algorithms simply can't interpret correctly, this is also where the human expertise comes in. For example, records with incomplete metadata, rare materials, or ambiguous relationship between works. In those cases, human expertise is essential. This is where professional judgment really comes in. The second method is duplicate detection and resolution, or DDR in short. This is an automated process that runs continuously in the background. Every time new records are added or existing ones are updated, it's constantly checking for duplicates. So you can think of this as the first line of defense. It keeps the database clean in real time. And then the third method is machine learning deduplication. This runs periodically, typically every 1 to 2 weeks. And this is where AI can look at patterns across very large data sets, identifying duplicates that are much harder to detect using rules alone. For example, across different languages, different formats, or different cataloging styles. So what you really have here is a layered approach. Continuous, automated checking, periodic deep analysis using AI, and human expertise for the most complex cases. And it's this combination, not just AI on its own, that allows OCLC to scale deduplication while still maintaining the quality and accuracy that libraries depend on. And that balance between automation and expertise is something you'll see again in the next examples. I'm just going to show this slide very quickly because it shows you the scale of the deduplication since January 2025. Manually, it's just the blue line on the left-hand side. With DDR, it grew up to the yellow bar. And with the machine deep learning, it actually grew to the big green bar. So deduplication in OCLC's WorldCat is really at scale. In addition to record merging, OCLC has explored ways to use cataloging in the cataloging workflow. Library members consistently identify subject and classification analysis as the most time-consuming part of your job. This is where catalogers spend most of the effort. By leveraging AI for these routine tasks, OCLC allows staff to redirect their expertise towards unique or locally focused collections. OCLC focuses on the 3 most difficult elements: Dewey Decimal classification, Library of Congress classification, and Library of Congress subject headings. So now let's look at how this works in practice within the cataloging workflow. One of the areas where AI is already making a measurable difference is in predicting classification numbers and subject headings. These capabilities are now built directly into tools like Record Manager and Connection Client. So they are available exactly where catalogers are already working. This is not a separate system. It's integrated into the workflow. What's particularly important here is how the model works. Instead of relying on a generic model, OCLC is using WorldCat data as the context. And this is what drives accuracy. In fact, the model has reached around 93% accuracy after being tuned with expert input. And from a practical perspective, libraries are reporting savings of up to 20 minutes per title. That's not a small improvement. It's a significant shift in workload. Over a week or a month, that translates into hours of time that can be redirected to more specialized work. But just as important, catalogers remain fully in control. They decide which suggestions to use, which to edit, and which to ignore. So again, this is AI supporting expertise, not replacing it. So the question becomes, how does this actually work in the workflow? What does the interaction between the cataloger and the system looks like? Building on what the previous screen, let's break that process down into what actually happens step by step. The first step is suggesting entries. The system proposes relevant classifications and subject headings such as BDC, LTC, and LCSH right at the point of record creation. So instead of starting from scratch, catalogers begin with a strong data-informed starting point. Behind those suggestions is large-scale analysis. The system is analyzing patterns across WorldCat records, which means it's effectively learning from the collective decisions of thousands of catalogers over time. But the key point is the cataloger stays in control. Every suggestion can be accepted, refined, or ignored. So professional judgment remains central to the process. And finally, these suggestions are customizable. Libraries can decide what they want to see and how it fits into their workflow. So the system adapts to the library, not the other way around. When you step back, what you have is a simple but powerful model. AI analyzes the patterns, provides intelligent suggestions, and leaves the final decision with the cataloger. And this combination of speed, consistency, and human oversight is what ultimately improves the quality of metadata and the discoverability of collections. For all WorldCat discovery institutions, OCLC made improvements to STAR relevance tuning. STAR is a machine learning-based system that analyzes user interaction patterns to continuously improve the ranking of search results, ensuring the most relevant material appear first, resulting in users getting what they need more often. OCLC also implemented DOI detection in queries. This functionality recognizes DOIs in user searches and routes them to the correct resource for faster, more accurate retrieval. They also implemented a zero results enhancement. When the user's query returns no results, the system uses the generated AI prompt tool to provide spelling suggestions and alternative search options, helping users refine their searches and achieve more accuracy and effective results. So on the previous slide, we looked at how discovery is being enhanced through smarter relevance and better capabilities. But one of the most frustrating experiences for users is when they search and they get zero results. And that's exactly the problem this feature is going to address. It's the last one that I mentioned on the previous search about the zero results. So users will do a search and they will get zero results, and then they will often wonder, where did it go wrong? Was it a typo? Was the wording too specific? Or did they just search in the wrong way? And without guidance, many users simply give up on that search. So what WorldCat Discovery does here is introduce AI-driven determining suggestions. But importantly, these only triggers when the system detects zero results. So instead of interrupting normal searches, it steps in exactly when help is needed. Behind the scenes, this uses an on-premise GPU environment running an open source language model. But what really matters is what it does for the user. It recognizes misspellings and suggests contextual alternatives. So it doesn't just correct spelling. It helps guide the user towards a more meaningful search. If we look at the example here on the screen, The user searches for fourth industrial revolution, but they misspell it. The system recognizes the misspelling and immediately suggests the correct term, fourth industrial revolution, and gives the user a one-click option to rerun the search. So what this really does is remove friction from the discovery experience. It keeps users moving forward rather than getting stuck. And that's critical because from a user perspective, discovery isn't just about finding results. It's about not hitting dead ends. So this is a small feature, but it has a big impact on usability and user satisfaction. And together with the other enhancements we've seen, it contributes to a much more intuitive and supportive discovery experience. WorldCat Discovery now also shows AI-related terms in the Notes and License Terms pop-up window when this information is available in License Manager. This allows users to see AI-related permissions or restrictions connected to the content they are viewing. With the advent of AI, there is obviously a lot of content that are created by AI. So publishers are making known in their actual content also that the content that they provide can be used for AI purposes or not. It can be used to train large language models or not. It can be used in research or not. And in Discovery and License Manager, if that is the case that a publisher made that information available in the service level agreement they have with the library, then that content will be displayed for the user so they can see whether AI use is allowed or not for this specific content that they are viewing. OCLC is also exploring new frontiers with topic extraction. Many vendor-supplied articles arrive in their central index without subject metadata, which makes them difficult for patrons to find. OCLC's approach uses large language models to analyze article abstracts and extract the key topics. They then match those topics against control vocabularies like fast and mesh to ensure they meet library standards. By adding these subjects back into the index, they can then use them for relevance boosting in search results. This means they are taking unstructured text, the abstract, and turning it into a powerful discovery tool that helps users find exactly what they need, even when the original record was incomplete. For libraries, having a trusted data architecture is essential. WorldCat provides the reliable data set libraries need for discovery, resource sharing, and knowledge access. But we know that data alone isn't enough. It must be structured and accessible to provide value. That's where linked data and AI as a powerful deal come into play. By enhancing their data infrastructure, OCLC is not just providing high-quality metadata, but building a foundation for AI tools that can enrich and interpret vast data sets. Together, linked data and AI will empower libraries to connect the global knowledge network in more meaningful ways. You may have felt that in recent years, the conversation in our community has shifted. We hear a lot about AI, but we hear less about linked data. Sometimes it can even sound as though AI is the next step instead of linked data. In fact, what they learned at OCLC is the opposite of this. These are not competing technologies, they are converging technologies, and each one makes the other one better. As we've already heard, AI systems learn from data. That is how they work. They are trained on large volumes of information, and when they try to recognize patterns and then they make predictions. But this process has some well-known challenges. It needs a lot of data. It needs high-quality data, and it needs consistent data. And this is where linked data becomes incredibly important. Because linked data is already structured, already connected, and already rich in meaning. When OCLC uses linked data as training material for AI models, they see something quite remarkable. The models train faster, they are smaller, they require fewer resources, and they produce more reliable results. Then when the AI starts making suggestions or recommendations, they don't simply trust the output. They can check it against the knowledge graph in WorldCat. If the AI suggests the title, they verify that it actually exists. If it draws a connection, they confirm that it makes sense in the graph. So leak data doesn't just help train AI, it keeps our AI grounded in facts. It gives us explainable results and helps prevent the kinds of hallucinations we often hear about. That is why leak data is not something that AI replaces. It is something that actually AI depends on. AI without leak data is like searching without hyperlinks. But the story doesn't stop there, because once AI is working with linked data, something very powerful starts to happen. The relationship becomes a cycle of continuous improvement. As the AI analyzes metadata in WorldCat, it begins to see things that are difficult for humans to see at scale. It can spot missing links in the knowledge graph. It can recognize connections between entities that were never explicitly made. It can extract entities and relationships from metadata and text and turn them into linked data. In other words, AI starts helping OCLC improve the knowledge graph itself. And when the knowledge graph improves, that improved linked data becomes even better training material for the next generation of AI models. So we get this virtuous circle. Linked data improves AI, AI improves linked data, and each iteration makes both stronger. This is exactly why OCLC continues to invest in linked data and AI together, not as separate initiatives, but as technologies that only reach their full potential when they work together. Because the future of discovery, description, and connection in libraries depends on both. What this means in practice is not just better technology, it means better discovery for the people who use our libraries. When big data and AI work together, the real impact is seen by users. As the WorldCat knowledge graph grows, AI is able to understand more and more of the relationship between works, people, subjects, and collections. And this allows us to move beyond simple research and towards a much richer discovery. AI can suggest relevant resources. It can reveal connections between collections, and it can help users find materials they might never have known to look for. But this only works because it's built on something very important: trusted metadata, linked data, and the shared infrastructure that libraries have created together over many years. This is why OCL's investment in linked data and AI is really an investment in the future value of our libraries. Because when working together, these technologies help connect users with deeper discoveries across the world's collections. I would like to briefly mention the WorldCat Entities database. This is a project that OCLC started about 2 years ago. They introduced the WorldCat Entities database. It's a service that runs parallel to WorldCat and where we have things instead of strings. But WorldCat entities and WorldCat need to be connected somehow. The way OCLC does this on the WorldCat side, where everything is in MARC records, is to put the URIs of the WorldCat entity into the bibliographic records applicable field. In this example, in the 100 field, Abraham Lincoln is the author of this book. If you click on the $1, you will go directly to the WorldCat entity entry where you can see relationships with other works, people, entries, or events. OCLC added WorldCat entities as linked data URIs in the following MARC 21 bibliographic fields as a $I link. Personal names, 100 and 700 fields. Corporate names, 110 and 710 fields. Corporate names, sorry, that's interesting. Subject names, 600, 610, 651. Event names, 647, Related Works and Manifestations, tag 758. They routinely enriches records with these uniform resource identifiers through automated processes where authority headings are controlled, though catalogers can also insert or create them manually using cataloging tools. So if they are in the authority files and they work on the authority files, they can actually import a URI. If it's in the Library of Congress subject headings, they can import that into the record themselves. This is the display of the person Abraham Lincoln in the WorldCat entities database. I know it's very small, but it displays the Abraham Lincoln entity where we can see the URI, the name of the person in different languages, if it's available in different languages, details such as birth and death dates, family members, related works about and by the person, among other things. This is how it displays this person in WorldCat Discovery. So the user will see this little person icon, and when they hover the mouse on it, they will see the Abraham Lincoln entity. They can click then on the links to find works by the author or works about the author. Now let's shift a little bit from cataloging to resource sharing, interlibrary loan. I know all of you are probably using that to a heavy extent. So because it's so connected to cataloging, we've included these few slides in our presentation. How much time do I have left? Oh, 25 minutes. Okay. All right. So ILL has been rooted in manual processes and inconsistent turnaround times for a long time, limiting traditional interlibrary loan efficiency and requiring significant staff involvement. I'm saying manual because although we use systems, interlibrary loan is still a quite manual process. You need to check the system, you need to check if you have the book, you need to reply, you need to say yes, you need to say no, you need to say I'll consider it. You need to fetch the book off the shelf, you need to send it. Now, those practical things, AI is not going to replace. You still need to fetch the book off the shelf. But there are other things that OCLC has worked into the interlibrary loan platform, WorldCIL as well as PIPASA, that will help with your efficiency, your time, your turnaround times, all of those kind of things. As the world's largest resource sharing network, OCLC is focused on improving speed and efficiency in lending. They introduced smart fulfillment features in 2020 with data-driven automations that streamlined resource sharing workflows. Recent enhancements move beyond automation to also leverage AI, enabling them to offer even smarter automation and faster results by dynamically identifying the best fulfillment options for libraries. By connecting libraries worldwide, AI not only speeds up fulfillment, but strengthens global collaboration, making knowledge sharing across borders easier and faster than ever. There are 6 smart fulfillment features on the previous slide. I'm just going to briefly mention all of them and explain a little bit about them. The first I would like to mention is the automated request manager. This has been available for a while, but it's also now been streamlined for borrowing and lending by setting custom rules to manage various request types, automating these tasks while maintaining full control as an interlibrary loan staff member. The automated request manager uses bibliographic matching and prioritized lender selection to identify available materials quickly, reducing processing times by up to 50%. The next I would like to mention, and some of you might know about it already, is the Express program that connects a group of top-performing libraries worldwide in terms of response times, who are committed to delivering digital materials such as articles within 18 hours, but actually within 10 hours on average. By prioritizing these fast lenders in request paths, it ensures quicker access to digital content for users, significantly reducing turnaround times for digital resource requests. And I am very proud to say that 20 South African libraries are part of the Express program. So good for us, naughty badge. If you are interested in joining the Express program, you need to speed up your delivery of copy requests to be on average, you need 18 hours. OCLC measures this over a period of 6 months, and then they look at the stats and they see, okay, these libraries are the ones worldwide that meet the criteria. They consistently, on average, delivered copy requests, whether local or international, within 18 hours. And then they send us an email and they say, these are the South African libraries that qualified for these 6 months. Now, next 6 months, if you keep it up, you will stay on the list. If you drop off, you will drop off. But if you pick it up again, you will make the list again. So the list of Express libraries is only made available to the Express libraries. So if you want to be part of that elite group, there is some incentive, because then you know who they are and you can use them and you will get your articles quickly. The third feature of the smart fulfillment is called the real-time availability, which connects OCLC's interlibrary loan or TIPASA services to your library's catalog to automatically check the shelf status of requested items. This system or service is available for WorldShare libraries, obviously, because it's integrated. It also works with Alma, with Sierra, probably with Symphony, the big library systems, the ones that uses Z3950, it works with those systems. If an item is checked out or otherwise unavailable in your own catalog, the lending request is then automatically moved to the next lender in the stream, and therefore reducing less delays for the patrons because it actually skips you. So it checks automatically your catalog, the item is checked out, it's missing, it's lost, it skips you, it goes on to the next lender. In this way, over 1.6 million items have been moved to the next lender, representing over 4 years in saved time, just in hands off the keyboard time. Not to mention turnaround times improvements for users. The fourth feature is called the knowledge base coverage check, which is an automated feature in WorldShare ILL and TIPASA that evaluates whether the library can fulfill a specific resource sharing request. When enabled, the system verifies 3 primary conditions against your library's WorldCat knowledge base. Ownership checks if your library actually holds the requested item. Coverage range verifies if the requested item volume or date falls within your actual active electronic coverage. License terms confirms whether your library's specific usage rights permits the material to be lent out. When you receive a request, the system automatically deflects it then onto the next lender. You will get in your statistics a reason for no that says no item availability, so that you know why it was deflected, and you know that there was a request that actually tried to come through and it was deflected. So if the system meets all 3 of these criteria and it cannot get it from you, it moves it on. Then the fifth one is called OCLC's Smart Lender Streams. It uses automated request manager and automatically build optimal routing sequences for interlibrary loan requests. Instead of building streams manually, those of you who use WorldShare ILL or TIPASA knows you go through the list of holdings, you click I want it from this list, this library, you click yes, 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 you create your lender stream, you send it off to those libraries. Instead of doing that, the system acts unmediated to route requests based on data. The system determines the best sequence by analyzing several data-driven criteria. Historical turnaround time. Algorithms evaluate past fulfillment data to rank libraries that historically process and deliver items the fastest. For copy requests, it even uses predictive intelligent timing, which I will discuss on the next slide, factoring in the specific hours and days of the week individual libraries process requests. It also looks at your current queue depth. The system checks how many pending requests, how many are in your queues, and then it uses load balancing to the network so that no single institution gets overwhelmed. It also looks at your policy deflections and filtering. It automatically removes libraries from this group that would deflect the request, and in other words, they don't link to the region, libraries that do not handle electronic requests, or libraries that lack the specific volume year of this requested serial. And then lastly, it looks at custom holding paths, strings that are built from your institution's specific library groups, which you can organize based on geographic proximity, reciprocal agreements, or budget parameters. That looks nice. No. Focusing on the rhythm. I think most of us would rather be there. Right, so think of this, the smart lender strings, as a GPS for library requests. It goes through all of these parameters, and as you can see on the slide, from that big list of lenders at the top, once it went through all of those criteria, it came up with a lender list, a lender string of 5 libraries. So that will significantly bring down time that you have to take to go through all the lenders in the list and just decide who you want to send it to. The last smart fulfillment feature I would like to mention is something newish. It's one of the newest features delivered, and it's called intelligent timing. Intelligent timing leverages machine learning combined with real-time data to optimize lender selection based on a library's actual processing hours. This smart technology identifies the fastest global lenders by prioritizing those that are about to open, that are currently open, and actively processing ILR requests. It continually updates its algorithm to ensure that requests are routed to libraries that are open for business and actively processing requests. Now, this feature would only work for most of you that have international interlibrary subscription, because what it does is something like this. A real-world example to show the impact of this feature. Here we show some details of a request that was created at the library in Indiana in the USA. The user requested an article in Nurse Education in Practice at 12:13 Eastern US time. The library had set up the automation to go out to a wide swath of libraries. The patron clicked on the submit button, automations took over, applied the algorithm, reviewed the data, and determined that a library in South Africa, the Nelson Mandela University, was open and would likely be processing requests at this time, and sent the request there automatically. And just about 40 minutes later, the user in Indiana had the supplied article in hand. Kudos to Nelson Mandela University, well done. And kudos to South Africa, because OCLC uses this slide in their presentations to feature smart fulfillment. So South Africa, we feature always, wherever. Wow, yes, well done. Now, most importantly, this is where AI really becomes strategic. When ILR is fast and reliable, libraries no longer need to subscribe to everything. They can reduce their non-core subscriptions and rely on ILR instead. This allows libraries to stretch their budgets while still providing access. So AI transforms ILR from a backup service into a real cost-saving strategy. Just to summarize, as we've seen throughout OCLC's WorldCat ecosystem, AI is already delivering real benefits. In cataloging, it improves efficiency and consistency. In ILL, it improves speed and reduces costs. But most importantly, it supports and not replaces the library expertise. that is it in terms of the presentation. How will we put time? We've got 10 minutes. Okay, so I prepared to show you some of these features on a live system. So I'm just going to go out of the PowerPoint and let's see where we land. Right. So now, okay, screen sharing stopped because the external display was disconnected. We'll fix that just now. I just want to open my browser. Can I just click on share again? And then we want which screen? This one, yeah. Got it. Share. Okay. You can see my screen, yes you can. Okay, so with the permission, we are using University of KwaZulu-Natal as an example, and they are very kind to do that for us. So I'm quickly going to show you 4 features. It will be quick, because Charlie said I have until. I'm fine. Okay, I'm good. All right. Maybe everyone wants to go on a boat ride or something. All right, so thank you to University of KwaZulu-Natal. I'm going to show you 2 features in their WorldShare. I'm going to show you 2 features in their discovery. The first is that AI metadata enrichment that I talked earlier about. It's the one that recommends or suggests the DDC, LCC, and the subject headings. Okay, why did they? Next. Right, so in WorldShare, we're actually in Record Manager, in metadata. Now let's just see how quick the internet is here. As I mentioned earlier, the cataloger has full control over how they use these recommendations or suggestions. So what they can do is, firstly, as a cataloger, they need to have the staff role to use the AI metadata assistant. So if you have catalogers that are maybe junior and so on, and you do not want them to access that feature, that can be done. And the other thing is that in your user preferences, which is on your own computer, you can set which of these 3 options you want to be receiving as suggestions. Now, it looks to be a bit slow here. Right. Maybe I can make the screen a bit bigger for you. Is that better? Okay, can you see? Okay. So in the user preferences for everyone on their own computers, they can select down here which of the metadata enrichment services they want to use. So not all libraries uses Library of Congress subject headings, not all libraries uses DB. So between those 2, they can toggle to say, I don't want to be recommended for Library of Congress subject headings or vice versa. So how this works is if you are in a bibliographic record. I'm just going to show you an existing record, but this would typically be when you start a new record. And it is very specifically a great tool for libraries, smaller libraries, that does not have qualified librarians, or that does not have qualified staff that actually has classification or subject heading skills and knowledge. We saw another example earlier. This is also a great tool for libraries that is in the workflow, and you can use it right inside the record. So I'm just going to search for an OCLT number here because I have an existing example. which is an existing record, but as I mentioned, you would typically do this when you start creating a record. And I think this is an applicable title. The rise of AI, implications and applications of artificial intelligence in academic libraries. Right, so if you are busy with a record, as I say, this is an existing one. You can see there, sorry, the screen is small, so this is supposed to be there. There's the AI metadata enrichment assistant right there in your record. Now, if we scroll just a little bit down, we can see that this record already has a topic 2. And this record already has 2 proper library congress subject headings. But now let's say we're not sure, we want to see what else is available out there. Then I can use the AI metadata enrichment assistant. I click on it, it starts going through WorldCat now. So it assesses other records with the same kind of information in them that this record has. So you need to give it some context, just like any AI tool. It needs to have, for instance, a title, a summary, a table of contents. You know, it needs to know which other records does it need to go and find to go and extract subject headings and classification numbers for you. And then this is what it will give you. It will show you the gray ones are the ones that are already in your record. So there's a Dewey number and there are 2 subject headings already in the record. Now you can decide, okay, I'm happy with the Dewey number, but let me see what other subjects I can add. Then it shows us there are 3 more that the AI assistant picked from other WorldCat records that it feels might be useful or relevant to this record. And it then gives you the opportunity to go check the results using an OCLC number or search subject headings. So you can decide, do you really want to use this one or do you want to discard it? So checking the results against an OCLC number is just finding another record with the same subject heading so that you can check the record. For instance, if we look at the OA2, it's a 0 to 0. The other suggestions we had earlier was also 0 to 0. And if we look at the subjects down here, we can see it's pretty much similar. So if we are happy that we can use that same subject heading, then we can just go back to our previous mark record and we can tick it. But I first want to show you the second option. If you search the subject heading, it shows you a list of records with the same subject heading, where you can then go through the titles. Because this is now a broader section than just one WorldCat record. So you can go through the titles, you can go into the titles, you can see the subject, other subject headings in there, the Dewey numbers, etc. And if you decide, yes, I think this subject heading will fit my record, then you once again just go back to the record you were busy with, and we say, yes, I want this one. You click on it and you say insert. It's now going to add it to your WorldCat record. It tells you there that it added 1650. And if it puts it at the bottom of the record, right here at the bottom. There we go. Now we can also control the subject heading because it is already a library congress subject heading. So what we can do is we can just right click on it and say control it. There we go. Now it's control subject heading. And when we save this record, it will put it in its right place. We'll go with the other 650s. So you don't need to move it up and down manually. Right, that's the first example I wanted to show you. Next, I want to just show you the entities in MARC records. I'm going to show you a different record, the Abraham Lincoln one. Right, so this is the work about Abraham Lincoln, written by Abraham Lincoln. And if we go into the record, this is a record where OCLC have already added all those URIs. So we can see here, there's a URI for the Dewey number. So if we click on that, it goes to a specific place on the entities database for DOE numbers. There's a URI entered for the person. Remember, we're talking about link data now. So this is where link data comes into WorldCat and where they also use AI. And then we have it also here in the 651, 647, 700s. Yeah. So when you click on any one of these links, it will take you to the entities database. So if you click on the $1, takes you to the WorldCat entities database. This is free. There's no charge to use it. Even if you just go search for entities.oclc.org/WorldCat/entity, you can get to this. This is built, let me just make the screen a bit bigger. This is built, as I mentioned, oh, that's too big. As I mentioned, this is built through a couple of years now already. What it does is it brings things together instead of just using Abraham Lincoln as an authority. So what you see here is a URI, shows you it's an authoritative entry, it's a person. You can download this. It shows you their names, as I mentioned earlier. It shows you related works. Now, I want to just show you another example because you can search this entities database now. And because Nelson Mandela, I've got a much bigger, entities record. You can see there's actually a lot of results for Mandela Nelson. And you can see that what entity type it is. So there's person, organization, administrative area, everything with Nelson Mandela. It's all grouped together now. So your end users can also get access to this. So if we go to the first one, which is what we want to see, the person, we can see there's more information. It's giving a description, it's giving the name of the person and in the language, and then also description in the different languages. And then it shows you the date of birth, the date of death, the given name, other identifiers, not quite sure what these are. There are other identifiers, related persons and organizations, so children, spouses, etc. And related places, and then related works. So it brings together all of these things, all the related data in one place. Okay. That's the two things that I wanted to show you from the cataloging side. And then from the discovery side, I want to show you the DOI search. So there was a lot of requests from a lot of people for a long time since DOIs came into our arena to be able to search on a DOI because then you'll get direct access to what you're looking for. So OCLC have implemented this, and I'm going to search for one here. So a user in Discovery can just enter the DOI, and when they search, it will give them all records related to that DOI that are available in WorldCat. Internet is a bit slow. There we go. 3 results. And so it shows us the DOI directly here. It's all the same article. And the reason for that is because you can buy bread at Spar, you can buy bread at Woolworths, you can buy bread at Tickets. Right? So all of the vendors, we know all the the publishers, they all sell the same things in their packages. And that is why there are duplicates here, because each one comes from a different publisher. And it cannot be merged because they are linked to specific users that subscribe to them. So that's why you see 3 records here. But it's a direct search. In other words, you can actually see this is an open access content and it's peer reviewed. So when the user clicks on it, it should just open. There's no login details required. And the very last thing I would like to show you is just that spelling suggestion. So if I, on purpose, misspell this. I know this looks a lot like Google spelling suggestions, but it is not. It's got a lot more algorithm running behind it. It's got a lot more contextual search. And remember, it only appears when you have 0 results. Whereas with Google, you get spelling suggestions even though you still get results. And sorry, so obviously it's going to find things on industrial revolution, but not fourth. Sorry, internet. There we go. So it firstly tells you no results found. Did you mean to search for fourth industrial revolution? And try search again, use different search terms to go back to selected and filtering criteria. So if we then click on this, it will search the whole of WorldCat for the correct spelling. That is it. Do you have any questions? There we go, 8,700 questions.
Thank you, Teresa, for giving us an update on what OCLC is doing in terms of AI. You gave us the development from cataloging to ILM. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Are there any questions online?
Can I
Okay, let's start here.
This one particularity on when maybe a request from other universities. You just mentioned in the bit. Then the response says auto deflection e-lessons term policy. Then it doesn't supply.
You're talking about the real-time availability?
Yeah, on the ILM.
Yes. So what is the question?
The question is if the response from the other library, if you request something, then the response it says no, it cannot supply because the reason is auto deflection e-lessons policy.
Yeah, it says auto deflection availability. Okay, so you will know that those of you that uses reasons for no report to see why requests were not delivered to you. There's a lot of reasons. So one of them is a new reason that came with this, and it says auto deflection availability. So you know that the item was not actually available at the other library. Although they have a holding on WorldCat, the book was not available for whatever reason. So that's what the deflection will say. And also it will show that you're in the history of the request. And on the other side, it will just go through because the library won't even know that it deflected you. It will just go on to the next lender. Unless you are the last lender, then it will unfill it.
Okay.
Answer your question?
Okay, thank you.
With the AI assist at Workshare or Record Manager, you are only able to use the AI assist tool when you are working with an existing record. When you are creating a record from scratch, there's no assistance that you can.
No. Sorry, I don't know if everyone could hear the question. Okay, the question is, with the AI assistant, she asked, can you only use it in an existing report and not when you create a new report? No, it's specifically there for. Can the audience still see me if I walk around? It's specifically there for when you create a new record, because that's when you need it. I just use an existing record because I don't want to create a record on WorldCat that it doesn't exist, right? Because I'm using UKZN system. So when you create a new record, you will say create record, and then when you start, the AI assistant will be there automatically. But you cannot use it before you don't give it some context. So you need to put in the title, you need to put in maybe an ISBN, you need to put in maybe a summary or table of contents, something, so that it understands where to go and fetch, where to go search WorldCat, to go find relevant records. Good.
Other questions? It's just a follow-up on her question. Is it on the OCLC or on the WorldCat that you can create the new records?
It's on Record Manager. Yes, that is part of your Subicat subscription. Which library are you from?
I fall under the sports, arts and culture.
Oh, okay. So depending on whether you use Record Manager or not all library staff use it. But if you do, then the AI assistant should be. If you create a new record or if you're busy with. Does that answer your question?
Because of schools are always calling in to ask for assistance to catalog their books, to classify their books. So they don't know how to classify those books. So they always ask assistance from us. So what the previous speaker, she actually showed us to say that she was taking us practically to say that you put in, for example, Long Road to Freedom. So I wanted to find out from on your system how does that also work?
Yeah, the question is in WorldCat or in Record Manager rather, can it also be used like the speaker earlier, where if you don't know at all where to start from? It's built into Record Manager, so it doesn't talk outside. That's the thing. So if you don't have access to Record Manager, then unfortunately, because it's not talking to a large language model, it doesn't talk to something that is trained on that because it's proprietary data, it's other libraries data. It doesn't go into a large language model, so that's why it's built inside of Record Manager. So no, it does not. If you don't have access to Record Manager, then you will not be able to use it. Okay.
I have a question. Is it not
Okay, I can hear it.
all right? Is it fine? I think this one. Okay. So I would like to ask, what are the implications for maybe someone who teaches this standards like RDA, Math, June, based on the availability of the AI platforms, where they are able to provide answers. Let's say you are teaching, you are giving assignment, and students can easily just go to the and provide answers to assignment and so on. So, what is the future?
I'm not quite sure.
Also related to
Yeah, I cannot really comment on teachers and people outside of the library community, because what I've shown you today, what I've talked about, is specifically related to what OCLC is doing and Sabinet together with them. What they are doing, what we are bringing to our libraries. So I can't really talk for people that are outside the library industry. Yes, if they know about cataloging GPT, that can maybe go there. But that's why libraries are there, it's for them. So yes, there are a lot of cataloging tools out there in the world at the moment already that is not proprietary and that is available like cataloging GPT. So if anyone wants to explore that, we know that AI learns from information that it's input. We know that it's learning. So that's why OCLC is trying not to do that because they don't want WorldCat records and their proprietary information to go out and learn, let other systems learn from it. So they try to ring-fence it, or that is actually what they're doing. They're ring-fencing it. How it's impacting AI out there, I cannot really talk about that. I just know that AI can be very dangerous if we don't use it correctly. That is the important thing, and that's why OCLC is focusing extremely hard on reinforcing it, because they don't want what they have and what they need our libraries to go out there, to be available, to be exploited. So I don't know if that answered your question.
Teaching of the students
Say again?
is the teaching becoming redundant?
Teaching of?
Of
No. No. You saw even on the earlier talk, AI can hallucinate, we know that. It's far from perfect, and our expertise, I was a cataloger a long time ago. So our expertise is crucial to know what AI is doing, to check it. We must always check it. And that's why even OCLC, they have a huge development department. And they do that constantly. They don't just let the AI go into WorldCat and do what it wants. They've got checks and balances. They check what it's doing. And they have catalogs that does it. And they have member libraries that helps them with that, which is people with the right expertise. So no, we are not going anywhere. Catalogers need to be taught. Actually, a few years ago, I think, I'm not quite sure now, cataloging was kind of an area of the library that, to me, I've been out of it for a while, the technical side, but it felt to me like it's going away a little bit, as if there's less and less people that want to know how to catalog. And that is a pity, because we are needed. We are needed to make sure that there's excellent data out there for our users to find things. And that's why everything comes together. AI, lead data, cataloging, catalogers. So no, we're not going anywhere. Did I answer your question now? Okay.
I was actually attempting to accept my comment about the question of how the should be stated. The principle of especially the AI policy, the IP policies as well as the open access policy. Okay. So should I?
Yes.
Okay. I was actually going to attempt to comment or assert towards the question that was posed about the complications or implications to our teaching and learning. I was going to say, I was going to be commenting in the way that it boils down to for guidelines of education. What's how one uses or adopts the AI towards the studies, be it a student, lecturer, be it the support staff. So the policies and the guidelines of institutions are very important, especially towards this current era that we are living in, because AI technology, but each individual or each institution needs to relook at their policies, the IP policy, if it does highlight contact based on the AI, the open access policy, publishing and also these tools that are adopted to the institution, are their policies talking towards or talking about the AI specifically, as well as the guidelines, because the policy, yes, it can take time to be drafted and all that. So
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that comment. Quite true. As I mentioned, was there a question there? Oh, okay, I'm coming to that. And here, okay. As I mentioned, I was at the SIOIN conference 2 weeks ago. I think some of you were there as well, and that was the major talking point, is policies and guidelines, because with AI now we can do anything. So there needs to be policies and guidelines to ensure that we stay human, we stay in touch with each other, we know what we are allowed, what not, especially in universities and tertiary institutions. Thank you for that comment. Online?
It's just a comment, but it's just important to add a question on the use of the AI to manage that. Note that the cataloging AI role should be assigned to the specific user account in the worldshare. Staff can use the AI metadata enrichment service to get AI provided suggestions for call numbers and subject.
So that's the question.
It wasn't a question.
Oh, well,
The AI tool was speaking to, and they were speaking to the AI role to be assigned to the specific user account in worldshare.
Yeah. Okay, comment.
No, was staff use the AI metadata enrichment service to get AI provide suggestions for call numbers and subject.
Yes. Thank you. There was a question here in the front. Going back to you.
I just want to add that with mark reports, when you are creating an AI assisted report on workshop record manager, is there any field indication that indicates that AI was used to assist in creating the record, or it's just a normal record? Is there a field, like, for example, if you use RGA, for example, as a tool that has a tool, it says I need to indicate indication. So if there's something within the report of AI assistant,
Good question. Everyone here? Thank you. Is there something in the record that indicates that you use the AI metadata system to create the call numbers or the subject names? No, there isn't, but you didn't create them. They were already in WorldCat in other reports. It just suggested it to you, and it doesn't force you to use them. You get the suggestions, you can decide if you want to use it or don't you. So no, there is no indication, but because it's not something that was created, it was already there. It just showed you, do you want to use this? Okay.
Colleagues, will take one last question. We only left with 10 minutes for the session to end.
Thank you. I just want to, it's a question. I just want to thank our last president, Mr. Malcolm, for arranging this workshop or training so that we understand this AI cataloging better. Because we do find ourselves sometimes going into a library with the same title, but they are not together doing the same shops. So AI will definitely help us also to solve or listen those problems that we are facing sometimes. And then my second question it actually goes to the first speaker. With regards to the marked AI, when we also classify in South Africa, also classify other languages, for example, Zulu, Armenia, or Swaziland. Yes, because I know what the
can turn around GPT and try it does scheduling control of the current sources, notebooks, but I'm not sure whether thank you.
You remember we had the different levels of thinking. Deep thinking, there was some slow, there was with deep thinking. Records that have languages that are not necessarily English or with Latin or with those, apostrophe kind of things. It does retain those records. Yeah. So you have to play around with the levels of thinking, but bear in mind that it's going to challenge your credits.
Thank you for all the questions and thank you for that. So can we give a round of applause? I just want to share something from Osa McDowell. He indicates that AI is both poison and a cure. But it's a poison as to how do we use it to manipulate and then condition human behavior. That is when we over rely on it. And then it's a cure when we are being creative and then it expands our consciousness and then we work together with it to be intentionally use AI as a partner. So let's embrace AI, but let's be careful. Thank you. To our MC of the day. Thank you. Thank you very much, Namudia. I have the on this vacation. And she said, yes, I asked her to please kill me. She said she would. She said, AI is both, what? We kept on using the word isolation. The question is how long will AI keep on hallucinating? Will there be a time when everything that comes from AI is you just take it as us? There be a time when we take information produced by AI as okay? I am asked to ask you if any one of you has not signed here because there seems to be a shortage of participants. If you have not registered yourself here, please. I'm getting it. So you are not going to pay. Please get your name there. I think colleagues, we have come to the end of today's session. I think it was very informative. And most of us who are not catalogers have gained a lot. So that said, I would want to invite Nashan to come and give us a vote of thanks.
On behalf of the organizing committee, I just want to say, express my sincere thanks to Sabinet and UKS, to Georgie Samuel from UKS and Sudita from the Sabinet, long-standing members of UASA, of all the academic libraries. I just want to express my thanks to all of you. I think when you look at AI, it has changed many things that our workflows and processes. the thing that we always have to ask ourselves, the whole process of unlearning and relearning. You have to unlearn what you learned before and relearn what is happening now. So I think that's the process. It's a psychological thing, you know. I think people my age and older, we struggle with that. It's the unlearning process. So I think that's something that we have to look at and see how we adapt. You adapt to adapt. So thank you, colleagues. Special thanks to the multimedia team who has done a splendid job today. You've seen the online colleagues have access to all the proceedings that are happening, and to the organizing team. The organizing team comprises of the IASA, National Library of Lesotho, National University Library of Lesotho, US, National Library of South Africa. Sorry. And so this is part of the IFLA AI Symposium, which this university as well. Sorry. Yeah. So these are the organizations that are planning the AI Symposium in November as well. So we look forward to seeing you all, and I hope you enjoy this day's proceedings. And tomorrow we will start at 9 o'clock. So at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Okay. Thank you, colleagues. Have a good rest and hope to see you again tomorrow. Thank you.